Okay, it's recording now. I need to verify, sorry. Okay, it's recording. So we just left off the beginning the Razor views. The Razor views are the user interface in ASP.NET MVC. So it helps us to generate our views, our HTML elements. The views are like templates of our application. So this Razor views is going to execute some code to provide HTML elements in our pages. Um, Also, we can customize our view engine by adding something called helpers, which are HTML helpers. So we can create our own HTML helpers in order to easily generate HTML. Here it says the most popular in ASP.NET MVC is Razor um, as engine for generating HTML, and then web forms, but Razor, we are going to cover only Razor. Here in our views, we can pass different kinds of data. We can pass like view back, view data, and models. So, but the preferred for us should be the model because it's strongly typed. We can also add some rules to the model and everything. Instead, view back and view data is more useful in just for temporary purposes and to just pass information from our controller into the views. So we are not going to use extensively these kind of objects. It should be more models than these two, but eventually if we want to just, let's say, share information, let's say have the list of elements from in a drop-down list, that is more likely to be in, say, a view back and the elements if we are going to retrieve from the database. And view data, I don't really recommend to use this one except for just um, a case that is useful. I honestly didn't use that much, but it's another way also to share information between our controller to our views. I already mentioned yesterday that in ASP.NET in ASP.NET MVC application, we can have sort of a master page that is called layout views, where if we want to share among across our application a layout, so we can define layout views for that. Uh, so we can reference those views through our application in order not to repeat the same user interface. So also, we have something called partial views that we are going to cover after, but it's kind of a small part of our view. So we can define like in a whole page, we can use, let's say, 2 or 3 partial views that is going to act like components for us that we can inject into our view. So the partial views are useful to share let's say, user interface across many pages that we can define or many views. So we're going to cover after partial views. Then Razor is the template engine for us to generate HTML code. So this Razor is like evolution from the all all code that we have in ASP applications, I will say, because ASP has that kind of syntax of percentage, the open tag, and then percentage, and then percentage and the closing tag. So that one was to just inside of ASP pages, because it's a legacy from ASP, that if we want to render a value, if we define, let's say, a variable, or we want to call a method or something, we can directly render it into our HTML page or ASP page by putting this kind of syntax. But this is not really something that is flexible, and it's hard to code, and it's not even strongly typed, because everything that was inside of that, it was like a string, and we just uh, kind of mix maybe also HTML code with the server code. So it was not a good way to work with, but in Razor it's kind of simplify. It's easier to just define the same thing. We only put in front of our variable the @ sign. So with this @ sign, we should be able to just use like variables, or maybe some libraries from the server side. So it's something that is more easy to program. So it enables for us just to program simple things inside of our views. So in here, it also provides a minimal transition between HTML and the code, because it's not like, okay, for every single element I need to put those open tag and then percentage, and it's kind of um, um, a cumbersome for anyone that just programmed that way in the past. But in ASP.NET MVC, it's kind of easy just to add the @ sign, and it's easy to just referentiate some variables and methods. So it's only the @ sign required. Then what are the design goals? In this case is that we can have like a template that then we are going to add with the data that comes from the model, and then there is going to be a generated HTML output in, I would say, most of the cases. The other thing that comes with the Razor engine is that it has IntelliSense, which is a good thing, because if we forget, let's say, the name of a variable or something, is easy just to have the IntelliSense and have the list of um, code that we can just write down. So it's easy to work with the IntelliSense. Then how do we pass data to a view? We can pass it with the view back, which is kind of dynamic type. So every time that we define, let's say in our action, view back dot message is going to generate a dynamic type based on the value that we put on that variable. I will say. So if we put, let's say, hello world, it's going to be the message a string. If we put, let's say, a value, it's going to be the type of value that we just assign to that variable that we generate from the view back. And this can directly be used in our views just by the @ sign view back dot the variable that we define. So it's an easy way to work with. We already covered yesterday one example of that. That is easy way to pass information from our controller to our views. Then the view data is a dictionary. It's kind of similar, but it's not like it's not having the same benefits from view back, because here is with another syntax also as a dictionary. Maybe it will be useful in other cases, but I didn't use that much. But I will prefer also always view back instead of view data. Strongly type, which is our preference, is if we define our model and we define our view, what kind of class or object we are going to handle in our views. We can directly use it doing at model dot the attributes that we define in our model classes. So how it works is pretty much simple. Template plus data generated output. We have some syntax in the Razor that we can test it. I also upload like a file which is a sheet Razor syntax. So you can have the basic stuff for Razor syntax. So you should be able just to create your views easily with that. With that help, we know that we can have like inline an inline syntax, only one line like this, or many lines like block of codes like this. So it's easy to work with Razor. And then we can add also comments in Razor by putting the @ sign a star and closing with the star @ sign. Is an eraser, or we can put the comments inside our blocks with is the regular comments that we have in C#. I'm sorry. Okay, I was here. So what about the @ sign for the emails? So for the emails, we can just it's going to by default determine that this @ sign is related to something like an email, but if you want to make sure that it's not going to be just a problem, you can add double @ sign. Double @ sign represents one @ sign in the view. So we have many examples of Razor syntax in here. We can use a Razor like this, and it's going to the @ and the value, so it's going to show the value. If we want a little calculation inside, we can put @ and then between parentheses, just doing the calculation, and it's going to present the value, the calculation value. Then here is here, if we don't put the double @ sign, it's going to just present the value like this. Yes, but no, it's not the double @ sign. It's just only regular HTML for us. But if we want to just enforce to use the Razor syntax, we need to put the parentheses. So it's going to just calculate the value for us because we want to retrieve the value from the model in this example. We can also add some namespaces into our views in order to use many kind of libraries from into our views by adding @using. So @using help us to add the namespace to provide the support for libraries or classes that we want to use inside our views. In this case, if we want the support for the model, we can just put @using on the model, so it is going to provide all the support that we configure into our namespace. So we define the classes inside our namespace, so into our views. So it's an easy way to to just reference libraries in our views. Then the layout, we already covered that too, but just a recap. The layout view in this case is a special kind of view where we can share across our application. Is going to use for every single view that we define in our application, or maybe is up to us to differentiate that. And it has it has like particular methods. In this case, render body, that is going to represent like the body of the view that we referentiate this layout. So if we recap for let's say in this web application, if we have a layout, this layout, it has this render body. And then if, because we used the layout inside our views, let's say this about view, by default is using the layout, is using the layout by default. So if we go to the about page, this content of the about page, because by default is using our layout, is going to be put into this part, the render body. So because every single view is using by default the layout, in this case the about page, is going to reuse that layout into our views. So it's not only this to be used, is going to be like the whole layout, and inside the layout in the part of render body is going to plug this HTML element that is defining the view. So views and layouts in here. Let's say we have that uh, yes, this layout view star. I think view star from our application is kind of defining the configuration by default for all the layouts that we have in our views. So in here is defining, okay, the layout by default for all our views is going to be the layout that was defined here. Views share layout. So we don't need to specify this layout is automatically used by all our views in this case. So in this slide, it mentions that if we don't want to use the layout, maybe we don't want to use the layout at all, so we can define the layout as null. So when we save this, and run, let's say, the about page, the about page is going to be just the content of the about page, but not all the layout that we already have. If we just, as you can see, only the content, not the entire layout that we have built in our application. If we want to go back to the same, just remove this and then update that, and it's going to use the layout and the layout view that we define in the application. So I will stop until here, and um, I will give you 1 hour to practice the exercise. And after the hour, I will explain step by step how we can solve that problem. So. Just feel free to ask anything if you have some doubts, but I think we already covered pretty much how to do it.
Where can we find the description of the exercise?
Is in the I always share the files in the you can see my screen. There is a class material for the teams, and I put always
Okay, thank you.
yes. It's a session 5 MVC exercise. Yes. So, I'm going to provide also the how can I say the conversions. So I will just add those conversions. It's going to be easy for you. So if I go Celsius to Fahrenheit, Fahrenheit formula, that's Celsius to Fahrenheit, Celsius to Fahrenheit, Fahrenheit, then Fahrenheit to Celsius, Celsius, then Celsius to Kelvin, which is easier. Celsius to Kelvin, Kelvin to Celsius. It's just the opposite, Kelvin to Celsius. Then Fahrenheit to Kelvin. Kelvin to Kelvin to Fahrenheit. So all these conversions I will copy it into Teams. here. Okay, so let me 1 minute. I will stop sharing. I'm back. If you have any question, feel free to ask.
Yes, excuse me, Ricardo.
Yes.
Yes, hello. I arrived late. What is currently happening?
It's just I put an exercise for you to complete in about an hour until 10:30. It's like creating an ASP.NET MVC application that does conversions between temperature units, which are Celsius, Fahrenheit, Kelvin. I just gave you 1 hour to do that, and then I'm going to cover the solution afterwards.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. I'll come back in a few minutes, sorry.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I have a question. Can I share my screen?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Just a moment. Do you see my screen now?
Yes.
Here in this is my class conversion.
Okay.
Okay. And when I created the view, I don't see the two first, what do you say, field in the output. This is my output.
Okay.
Here. There is no the first field for from to.
Okay. Yes, I just look at your model, for instance. If you go to your model conversion.
Model conversion.
Yes,
Here?
the conversion.
Yes.
Yes. I see that there is range. In this case, you don't need it. So range you don't need it. Maybe when it was generated, it couldn't process entirely the view. So you can just remove your view, actually, the view that you create.
Yeah, this one, I remove it.
Yes.
Delete. Okay. And then controller. Here,
Yes.
yeah?
Yes,
Add
right click at view. Add.
Edit. Model class conversion, yeah? That's right?
Yes.
And now it is the same.
This is still the same.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe
Let me check that out. Public temperature unit, temp1, temp2, temp input, which is an integer, and then the result. Maybe the result, if you want to just present the like a phrase, it will be a string in that case.
Yeah.
Yes. And if you wanted to anyways generate the template, maybe you can change instead of temperature unit, you can put a string. So anyways, it's going to generate and then you change it afterwards.
Here, a string, yeah?
Yes.
A string. Okay. And then again, I should remove this, yeah?
Yes,
Conversion.
remove that.
Okay. Then controller.
At view.
Edit. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, conversion. So add.
Yeah, that's correct now.
Yes, then you can adjust it with the temperature unit and the drop-down list for the enumerators.
This enum is correct, yeah? Or maybe it's bit.
No, it's correct. The syntax public enum is like that, yes. The only thing in here that I see is maybe in your view, when you in your view you might adjust it to put the drop down list instead of the text boxes, because with the string is going to generate by default text boxes. So you may adjust it with the code from the calculator.
I will put the drop down, but then when I should change this to temperature unit.
Yes, you can change it back to temperature unit. Yes.
Right now?
Yes, you can do it.
Okay. Temperature unit. Okay, but it's okay, yeah, for this.
Yes.
I don't need to delete the view and
no.
create again.
No, no, it's not necessary. But the thing is that you may adjust it, the HTML helper that says HTML editor 4 model 10.1 to your drop-down list.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay. Anyone were able to finish?
No, we need a little bit more time.
Okay. Would you like me to give you 15 minutes more?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Excuse me, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Thank you. Just, do you see my screen?
Yes.
I have error here for has value. I don't know what the problem.
Okay, okay, I see. Maybe
And
result
this,
is a string.
yes.
Okay, you
Oh,
can
yes.
check with different of
No,
them.
it's
Yeah.
double. No,
If
it's
double.
double.
Okay,
Yeah.
if it's double, yes, if it's double, it should be you need to be declare the double as nullable. So you put double
Oh,
question
yeah,
mark. Yes,
yeah,
double
yeah.
question mark. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank
you're
you.
welcome. Okay, so it's time to show you the solution. How you been able to finish?
Yes, it's working.
Okay, okay, that's nice. Okay, I will just present like the solution step by step. I'm going to share my screen. I will close this. Then, okay. So if I go to Visual Studio, I will create a project. A new project. As usual, it's going to be, in this case, MVC converter, temperature converter. Create. I'm going to choose MVC, no HTTPS, no authentication. So from here, I'm going to first create my model. I actually know what are the fields, so I will create a new item, add new item, code, which is going to be conversion. And from here, I'm going to add my fields. But first, I'm going to create the numerator already. Temperature, oh, sorry, temperature unit. And it's going to be a num. And we'll define the units, Celsius, Fahrenheit, and Kelvin. And then I'm going to create my conversion. So it's going to be, I will put, just temporarily I'm going to put a string. The conversion from and then conversion to. Then it's going to be the value that I would like to convert. It's going to be a double to convert. If you put an int, is just fine. Then I'm going to put my result. Okay, so from here I'm able to create my controller already because I have my model. I will right click at controller. It's going to be an MVC controller called conversion controller. So from here, I will be able to generate my view based on the model that I already create. I will choose edit and then conversion, just add. And it will generate for me all the stuff. I don't know why it's not working right now. Okay, temperature converter. Okay, so once I get this, okay, I will adjust my conversion class to temperature unit. It's going to be an enumerator for that. And then I will adjust my view in here to add the drop down list. Here I have the drop down list. I think I have it from here. In BC sample, I have this. I can copy that. Copy. Then adjust it. In my model, I define from. You need to put it from. The type of this attribute from is an temperature unit. I need to add it as a I need to add the using for this. So I will put here and then put the type, which is temperature unit. And I can do the same thing for the 2. And also I need to adjust this label. Select a temperature unit. Here. Temperature unit. And then the result, I would like it just to be a string in this case. If you did it as a double, it's okay. It's just a choice. Here, we will add a div at model dot result. I will check if the model is not null. And if I pass, the result is not empty. I couldn't even put a string is null or empty. If it's not, I will show the result. Here. Oops. So here, I will adjust this for conversion. My title in the URL is going to be conversion. Here I will remove this. And for the view is pretty much that. And for the I could enforce, let's say, from to, or maybe the label for this one, I can adjust it. Display, which is in the annotations. You can adjust to space convert. And then in my controller is the we only did until now just the presentation of our page. I can just run it just to verify if everything is in place. I can even make it like the default page in our solution. We can adjust the routing for that. Route config. Instead of doing the instead of being the home, the default, I can put conversion. Conversion could be the default. And I can remove all these links and put the adjust just my layout. Here I can say temperature converter index conversion. Then I don't need these links. So if I adjust this Fi temperature converter, but I need to run it again because the routing is not applying in this. If I run it again, it should show the default page of the converter. So it was temperature converter, everything is in place, from to compare. Okay, I will change this save to convert. It's just something that is minor for this exercise. Convert, save, F5, and is changed. So the main thing here is just to add the logic for the conversions. If I hit this, it's going to also enforce the requirements here. From to convert field is required. From to, okay. The two, I don't know why it didn't complain, but okay. Okay, because I copied. You see, from I need to be careful. If I put 2, I'm trying to enforce the, so it's running okay. And here you see the 2 converter. Okay. Okay, from here, okay, I can just add the code for the controller. I will create the action method for the post. And it's going to receive the conversion model. From here, I add the reference for the model, and I need to put it as an HTTP post to handle HTTP post. So from here, I only need to do the conversions. I have those conversions in here. So I just need to check if conversion from is Celsius and Fahrenheit is the 2. So I will do the first conversion. If not, it's going to be something similar, but Fahrenheit to Celsius. And then I can copy this. 3. There are 6 combinations, 4, 5, and 6. And then first is Celsius to Fahrenheit, Fahrenheit to Celsius. Then it's going to be Celsius to Kelvin. then Kelvin to Celsius, and then at the end it's going to be Fahrenheit to Kelvin and Kelvin to Fahrenheit. So in here, I just need to put the conversions. I will create a variable for that. It's going to be a double result. And maybe a symbol to show just Fahrenheit, Celsius, all that. So in here, I just need to check the conversions. The result for the conversion from Celsius to Fahrenheit is 1.8 Celsius, which is the value that we need to convert. Plus 32. I can copy this. Then is the Fahrenheit minus 32. Divide by 1.8. Then is the Celsius plus 273.15. And then here is minus. Here the conversion is Fahrenheit minus 32. Divide by 1.8 plus 273.15. And then the other one is Kelvin minus 273.15 multiplied by 1.8 and plus 32. So those are the conversions. I can put the symbol in here. For me, the symbol is here, something like that. I will put the conversion would be Fahrenheit, so Fahrenheit. This conversion will be Celsius. Then the conversion is going to be Kelvin. And here the conversion is going to be Fahrenheit, I think. See, no, Celsius. Then here is going to be Kelvin. At the end, we are going to convert to Fahrenheit. Oops, sorry. Symbol equals Fahrenheit. So we need to put this into my result attribute from my model. So I just need to put conversion dot result equals the conversion from to is here. I'm just formatting this string format. I will put the value. So first is the In this case, it's going to be conversion dot from conversion to, then it's going to be our actual value result, and then it's going to be the symbol. And at the end, when I just prepare the I just put the result inside of the field of this object model, I will just return the view passing the model, so it will print the value, it will render with the model. So any questions until here? Is clear? Is it clear? Yes.
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, so if I run this, oh, there is an error. Okay, something happened. So in here, the conversion, if I select Celsius and Fahrenheit and put a value, convert. Okay, back to list, I need to remove it, but it's not a problem. It will show the result, the conversion from Celsius to Fahrenheit is 68 Fahrenheit. Even if I put, let's say, Kelvin, convert, and it shows you the result in Kelvin. So it was straightforward the way that we just developed this application. We identify how to pass information to our views, how to handle the information that are passed to our controllers to just do some treatment and then pass it to the view. So most of our applications are going to be that way. So it's pretty much straightforward to work with ASP.NET MVC. At least we didn't touch right now the database. It's just examples without using databases, but with databases is not going to be different because we will always work with models, and the models sometimes we will need to validate the model. So if model state is valid, let's say, if we want to validate that the model is okay, but other than that, it's going to be pretty much the same how we will work in ASP.NET MVC. So for this exercise, I think we are pretty clear on this one. So I will continue. If you don't have any other questions about this exercise.
Can you push the solution to Git?
Yes.
Thank you.
So from here, create a push. Also, I need to, okay, maybe you can figure it out. This one, so Manage access. Configure password. Manage. So I will copy this. You should be able to download this application. And also in between, I was just trying to create like a project just to show you how you can also do other kind of applications in ASP.NET MVC, or maybe use external services from the web. I just can show you an example of that. Let me just open the Visual Studio 2018. I didn't put a name on this, but so this application, what it does, if I run it, let's say, I need to adjust a little bit the user interface, but it's not a problem. I just this is an application that consults an external service to get the weather conditions in any city. So you just need to specify a city, and it's going to retrieve the information of the weather conditions from that city. Just to show you that we can use external services also in our applications, and it's easy to just use them and then work in your ASP.NET MVC application. So it's taking time now. Okay. Let's say the controller is a weather controller. If I click on weather, if I put, let's say, what is the search for the weather conditions for Montreal, let's say, Montreal, not Calgary, search, I will put it, but we'll run this. And it tells you the latitude, the longitude, what is the weather condition, overcast clouds, what is the humidity, all that. So this is querying a external service that you have access to it. The service is called Open Weather. Just this morning I subscribed to their API. You have here this Open Weather. You see, this is the page openweathermap.org. If you go to the API, you should be able to subscribe to the API, and they will ask you for you have the free access, or the startup, developer, professional, enterprise. I just get the free access. So they ask me only for my name and my email, and then I got a confirmation of the email and everything, and in a couple of hours I get access to use their API. So I can, let's say, use the API to query the weather conditions for a particular city. Here I put Mumbai and it return this information. I can put any city. Let's say they say that there is 60 calls available. So in here I can just put another city, Ottawa, calculate. Okay, I will stop this breakpoint. Continue. It's running right now. Oh, one is not valid. Okay, Ottawa is having problems. It's not serializing well. Maybe Ontario. Calculate. Ontario. Country US. Okay, I don't know if US Ontario. Broken clouds. So you have the weather condition for Ontario, for Lima, Peru, I will say. Okay. It's not valid. Okay. Maybe we need to adjust the structure, but you should be able to just call external services from your .NET application, even create ASP.NET MVC applications from that. I just will show you the code as a regular code. Here I create a model, sort of a model that holds all the information that I show in the screen. All this information is from the screen, but I just got this example from a web page, but the web page is doing other things, and I don't think it's worth it. The other things that they show. But for me, the one thing that they provide was, let me just, it's not this. Okay, they have like, if you have, let's say, a JSON representation and you wanted to create C# classes based on the JSON, okay, you just need to go to that web page, and if I go here, you just put the JSON in here. What is there? Sorry, this I don't see. Okay, if I copy this JSON.
Oh, sir, I'm sorry, I'm totally lost. What are you doing?
No, I'm showing an example of an application that uses external services to consume by our ASP.NET MVC application. Okay, the service gives you this output. Let's say a
Okay,
JSON.
no, but from the beginning, like I
Okay.
I looked at the that you got some information from this site.
Okay.
But I was totally lost how it was connected, and
okay.
I don't know about others. Others may have understood, but I got lost after a while.
Okay. I will recap. Okay, step by step. Yes, yes, as an example, to consume external services in ASP.NET MVC in an ASP.NET MVC application, I just get access to an API called Open Weather Map. This API, I just subscribed to the API and I was able to do queries to that API. The API, if you precise, like, let's say, a city, they will give you the weather conditions from that city. So this is an example of a call for that API, this URL, and I will get the weather conditions for, in this case, the city Mumbai.
Excuse me?
Yes.
How you get to this JSON from the API itself?
Okay. Yes, the JSON is because this is an API that has this, the API that I have shown is the API from Open Weather Map. Open Weather
Okay.
Map is a company that has an API to give
Okay.
you the weather conditions for any city. So I took one example of the API, and that example provides you the information.
I want to see how you get this JSON from there. Let's say how you select city and get the JSON file.
Okay. How do I get? Because this this is an example of API. I don't know if it's here. Service, learn more. I took it from an example of a web page. The call for that API. So this call that you see here is an example of a call that we can do for the to request information from that API. So
How did you make this call? That's what we're trying to understand.
okay. Okay, to call the API, we need an application ID that if you subscribe to that website, they will provide you in an email this ID. So you just need to know the format of how do you call that. So in here you provide your API.
I'm
Your
sorry, I just don't follow anything. I don't know about others. Are you guys all okay, or if someone understands, then I'll just ask that person after. I mean, I don't want to waste everybody's time.
Okay. So maybe you don't have the experience to call, let's say, APIs, but I just showing you how to call. Let's say you can consume any web page, any content from any web page in your application. In this case, if I have this this URL gives you some JSON information. So in this example, I am just showing you that this JSON information, you can consume this JSON information into your web page. But in order to get this JSON information, you just need to call this URL into your application to retrieve this information as a JSON. It's as simple as that. I don't know if you have that experience or to call APIs or anything, but it's just like, okay, it's like a service that you put some parameters in the service and they give you a response of JSON response. It's like if I have, let's say, a service that gives me the result of an operation, let's say an addition, I provide, let's say, the parameters of operand 1, then parameter operand 2, and then it's going to retrieve, let's say, the addition of 5 plus 5. It will retrieve 10, let's say. So any kind of URL or service that provides me some information, in this case, a JSON information or maybe a plain text information, we can use it inside of our application. I don't know if you understand that.
Yeah, I'm aware of the how the API works.
Okay.
So, okay, I'll
yes,
follow.
it's an API. So an API is just you need to call the API and it will you will retrieve a result. It's as simple as that. I don't know. Yes. So in that case, this API has this format, and I just need to provide a name of the city that I would like to request information. So in this case, in the format of this API, I just put the name of a city, in this case, Mumbai, and also they asked me for an application ID as a parameter. This application ID is going to be provided by the website because I need to subscribe to the website in order to have this application ID. It's a particular application ID for me only. If you would like to have an application ID in your applications, you need to subscribe to that website and they will provide that application ID for you in order to do the calls, because it's not that open. It's not open for anyone just to call directly without an application ID. They need that you provide the application ID that they will send to you. I don't know if you understand that.
Yep, I understand that. Yeah.
Okay, so I got the response, and this response is in JSON format, but in our application we can consume any JSON from any service or website or external service. So in this case, in the code that just I mentioned, in my controller, when I request for the city, I just build the URL that I need. In this case, the URL with all the parameters that I need. I need the city. I pass it as a parameter. I need the application ID. I pass it as a parameter. And then there is a class, a particular class in .NET that allows you to download content from the web to just retrieve as a string. In this case, the class that I used was web client. So web client has a method called download a string. So you only pass the URL and it will give you the content of that URL as a string. In this case, it's a JSON string that I just retrieve from the URL. And then from then, I need to serialize. I don't know if you know what serialization means. Anyone of you know something about serialization?
Yes, we know something.
Yes. Just to recap for those who don't know serialization, serialization means convert a particular representation, in this case a string, into something more meaningful, let's say an object, or maybe convert, do the opposite, let's say convert an object into something that could be transported over the network, let's say a array bytes or something. So it's a kind of conversion to give, let's say, a representation of a string to a more meaningful type, which is an object. In this case, I'm converting this JSON into an object for us to work with. In this case, I converted as this object, and from there, I just create my model and I pass the information that I retrieve from the data that I retrieve from this URL. So I put the data, and then I just return it to my view, and it will print the information that I just requested. So it's almost the same thing that we did in previous examples, but here, instead of just capturing some information and doing some simple things, in this I just capture the information of the city, and I just consult an external service, and I'm able to retrieve the information from that external service and parse it and retrieve the information and put it into a view. So it worked like any other application that we did so far. It is just an example that I would like it to show. So I would like you to show.
So quick question here.
Yes.
It's for the, so here you are not catching JSON or let's say convert it to JSON. You are getting string, and from string directly you are turning that one to object.
No.
Right? Because
no,
this is not a JSON. This is string.
Yes, this is a string because when I retrieve from this URL, I retrieve the string, but I kind of deserialize the string and put it into an object. This I could do it differently, but in the example that I just saw, they were doing it with this JavaScript serializer. There is another way. There is other ways to just convert a string into an object. In ASP.NET MVC, there is something called JSON result or JSON result, or maybe JSON, and you can pass like the object, and it will convert for you as a JSON result. There are other ways to do just the conversion or the deserialization, but in this case, it's using this class JavaScript serializer that does exactly that. So it deserializes the string and put it into an object. So I'm just converting the string into an object in order to just retrieve the information that I need, because I don't want all the information that is provided for this JSON. I just need few information.
Because this is confusing the line 30. What exactly happening
this,
there?
yes, what exactly does
what
this
steps? Just like, okay, we know that this is like from string to object directly, but what exactly happening there? Step by step. It's not clear.
Yes, it's not clear in the sense that in here it's like any other application, or so far we did one calculator and one converter, but this part is like, okay, and I just get the information that I would like to let's say convert. It's like here, if I pass, let's say okay, I will recap. It's like in the previous example that we did so far, we just get the conversion, okay, the conversion, and we pass like two values, and no, we pass the values from and to, and then the value that we need to convert. This is exactly the same thing. We only pass here one value, and then we need to get a result. And in this case, in order to get the result, we just calling an external service to retrieve that result. It's only that. We need to think about it like that way. It's just simple. We don't need to just, oh, okay, this is too difficult because it's using this kind of API or things like that. You just need to know that in essence is pretty much simple and straightforward, because you just trying to do a pose. This will pass as a parameter the data that you need to request, and then in the middle there is a process that is going to treat that information, and then at the end result the information with a model pass to the view. It's only that. You need to think about it in order to just create any kind of application. I know for sure that you are not used to see applications like this, but in the real world, you just need to maybe simplify or make your mind, okay, how to do an application or how to create it. So you should be able to create any kind of application. You just need to be open just to just get the idea. In this case, the idea is pretty simple. It's just an example, but I just provide an example that we are not only just restrict to one thing. We can just with the idea of how the application works, we can do any kind of application, or just think of ways of how to develop an application in ASP.NET MVC. It's just my intention for that.
And could you explain what is the root object? Is some regular class, or you create?
Yes,
just
it's
the model?
it's a regular class. In this case, it's a regular class. It only holds the information that is retrieved from the JSON. So it exactly complies with the JSON, because in the URL that I was about to show, there was
So
an
you created this class. It's
yes,
your
yes, I
class.
created the class. Everything is created from scratch. So here, these classes that you see, weather, court, main, and everything, are created based on the JSON. But I didn't create it myself. There is an utility in the page that I was about to show before you asked me something. It was the page was JSON to C# was the web page. Okay, this page JSON to C#. Let's say here, I think it was this one. Okay, JSON to C# allows you, if you have, let's say, a JSON. Let's say if I copy this JSON and put it in here, paste, and then I do the convert. It's going to create for you the corresponding classes or model, or the model that you need in order to just use it in your application. That's what I was about to explain also. So in this case, with this JSON representation, I just create the classes just using this service, JSON to C#. So I can copy these classes and put it into my application here, and then adjust it in order to just present the information that I need, only the information that I need from that service. So in essence, here, this root object will retrieve the entire information that I have from the URL, and then because I have the whole information, I just need a few information to show. That's why I just I create a particular model only for my application that hold that information for me, instead of having all the classes and structure that the service provides for me. I don't know if you understand that. Did you get that?
Yes, but what is the line 32 requested city? Where did you?
Okay, this
you get-
requested. Yes, this requested city is because I would like it to have like a text box. If you saw the application, yes. If I run it again, I will run it again. Sorry. This requested city I added because I wanted to just show a text box to consult the city that I want to query. So in here, if I run this, weather, it will take a little while. Yes, I just had that that field in order to manage a form to send that information to query the service. So here you see city in here. That's my requested city. That's the requested city that I add into my model. So I have the requested city, and then when I do, okay, calculate is not calculate, but when I do this, I click. In my model, I have the requested city, and I have all the information that is retrieved from the service.
Okay.
I have both. Yes. It's something that we already did in the past, because for the calculator, I have the operands and the operator and the result in the same model. and then when I did the calculation, I just resend all the model and including the data that I requested. So including the values that I passed to my model. So it's like that. So I don't know. You get the idea? Yes. Okay. I can share that application just for reference. Obviously, we are not going to to do something like that in our application, but it's just an example that we can just manage information from external services into our ASP.NET MVC applications and just put it into a view and just show the information like that. There are so many websites that have some information that we might share in our application. It depends on the client that we sometimes we need, let's say, geolocations in our application. Okay, I need to retrieve the information for that city, or maybe retrieve information what are the restaurants that are open in this particular place. So you can retrieve from an external service and doing like that, and you can show that information even in your websites. So I will give you a break. Is 11:43, maybe until 12:15, and
Okay, great.
Jesse will come back. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're back. Yes, let me go to the presentation. Okay. Yes, before the exercise that we did. Okay, just to have final comments about the last project that I just shared to you. I published it into GitHub, so you whenever you want to look at it, you can download it and everything. So it's just an example of how you can do queries to an external service and even using ASP.NET MVC and everything. So it's just an example. So it's something that you can look on your own also to understand things. Um, Maybe if you have any question afterwards, I can just explain to you the things that you miss. So it's always available for you in that case. So it's just those remarks. Okay, if we go back to the presentation, we just left here on the views and layouts. Just to recap, we know that there is a layout view by default in our ASP.NET MVC application, and it's applied throughout the application. But that layout, if you don't want to use it, you should be able to remove the layout by writing this code at layout equal null. So you might be able to do it that way. And even you can create your many different layouts. It's not only restricted to have only one layout for your entire application. Maybe if you want to have another layout or maybe a theme for your application, you can create it, and then depending on the view that you want to show, you can choose by one or the other. So it's always configurable in that case, and it's easy to just use it that way. So that's for views and layouts. Then there is something called sections. Yes, sections. It says that you can have one or more sections. The sections are optional, are not mandatory really, but you can define your views as section, and then in that case, if you find the section and then you might want a view creating a section or a place where you want to put something that is different from your views. So you can create it, and then those sections are have a configuration, so you can specify sections or create sections that are required or not. If they are required and the section are not defined in your view, so it's going to be thrown an error because the section that are like mandatory or required, if you don't implement them, so we are going to throw an error. I will show you that in a new MVC project. By default, there is here, I will put MVC sections. By default, we have some sections already configured in ASP.NET MVC application. We will look at that. Okay, so in here, if we go to the layout page, you see that here you have something called render section. This layout page has defined a section called scripts that by default is required false in this case. So we specify that this section is not required. What does it mean is whenever we use this layout, let's say we use it in the about page, we don't need to specify the section. Here we didn't specify anything, so it won't break. But let's say that I change it to require. And I run this. So if I run this and I change it to require, it will break. You see that it says section not defined scripts. If I continue, it will break the application because I didn't specify the that section that was like required in our application. I didn't specify as the section that should be in the index page in here. I needed to specify the section in order to make it work. So what is the syntax for a section is this one. Let's say I will create a section, add section, oh, not session, section. And then is, in this case, it's scripts. So if I just define the section, I don't put anything, it's just I'm defining the section. The section is scripts, and here I know that the name of is scripts in lowercase. I will put lowercase. And then I will, oh, sorry, I will run it again. It didn't break. Why? Because I defined the section in my layout. I put it as require. So it I need to specify the section. So why do we need to create a section? Let's say in this case for the for this page, I will put it false here. So why do I need to put a section? So that will allow me to for a particular view add some JavaScript that maybe that view needed, but not other views. So let's say that in the index page, I will need, let's say, a particular script. I can copy, let's say, Angular CDN. So let's say I copy this. So maybe my application needs a particular JavaScript library in it. So if I do a refresh on this, you will see if I go to the source code, view page source, that the script was added in the section that I defined. So here I just declare my section scripts, and I add this this code, and it was appended to the place where the section was defined, which is here. So it's a way to, let's say, in your pages, maybe a particular web page needs to have a script that maybe not be shared in other web pages. So we can define a optional section, in this case already in the template, already defining scripts that is not required, a section scripts that is not required. So you can just customize for a particular view, and it will add the script if we define it in your views.
Can you show it? Can you show us how do you do it for a particular view?
Yes, in this case, this is the index HTML. This is the first view that we have. So I define the section scripts. This is a particular view, is the index view. So in the index view, I add this script that is defined inside this section, and this is because I define, because in the application, the layout is defining a section not required in this part. So if this section I define it in my view, is going to put this code into this place. So is here, this is the view index. Because I define the script Angular in there, so it will put the script here. Because I define it that way in the view index. I define the script. I just it's
So
like
basically what
yes.
you're saying is basically you just put it into the index and it was go to all the views.
No.
Why do you say particular one? You're putting in the
Yes.
layout and you're putting into index, which is the first page.
No, the layout is the template. So
That's right, yeah.
in the template, I'm defining that I need a section scripts defined here.
In
Okay,
here,
but
okay.
it's not mandatory. Not mandatory.
Okay.
So if I define it in my index view, which I call it my particular view, so here I define
Your
like
script,
implement the script.
Yeah.
So because this index view is using the layout, so when it will render, it will put the implementation of my section in that place, because it was intended to be in that place for because the layout defines it in there.
Yeah, but why do you say only particular one? Particular means only for that layout, or
no,
particular for that?
For the view. Let's say if I go to another view, let's say the about view, I will say. If we go to the about and we see the source code,
It's not there.
It's not there because the about doesn't implement that section. Instead, in the index view, it implements it. If I go here in the index view and go to the source code, it's going to put the section that was implemented in the in the index view.
And if I want to put only into the about view, where would you put it? That's what I was asking.
Could you repeat?
Okay, so if you don't want it in the index view, but you only want it into the about view, where would you put it? Maybe I'm not
Okay, so I just need to define this section script into the about.
Oh, okay.
So if I put this and save it and just refresh, I will close this. I just refresh the index, let's say. The index, it will disappear because it's no longer implemented there. You don't see it.
Okay.
And if we go to the about, view page source is going to be there.
And in your layout, it just stays this. Okay. Okay.
Yes, in the layout is just the definition that, okay, I want to define a section that is going to be implemented in other views.
Okay. Good.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. Okay. I restored that. And then we go back to the slide. So in here, we can have many sections. I can define as many sections as I want, and I can define it required or not. You have seen that how it's implemented in the template from ASP.NET MVC application, but we can define as many as we want. So here, so I think it's pretty much clear the section part. I'm going to pass to the view helpers. So there are special helpers in our ASP.NET MVC application. In this case, one that is widely used in our views is the HTML helper. This is the HTML helper allow us to generate like HTML elements. We already have seen those HTML in our Razor views. We have inputs, we have links, we have also forms. So this help us to just write the necessary code to not to write everything like HTML, pure HTML. And also, if we have something that might be particular for the context of an element, it will render it that way. What do I mean by that is that there are some helpers that will render differently depending on what parameters we just pass on them, or maybe in which context we are using those helpers. So, but in this case, pretty much we have the HTML helper. We have, in this case, the helper to create a form element, which is HTML.beginForm, where we pass the action and then controller, and then we pass the method that we are going to use. In this case is using the post method. Then we see here that there is a text box that is implemented in this particular case, just with the name username. Also, the HTML helper, we know that in an application, mostly when we use forms, we just try to avoid some problems in our submissions. Sometimes you may have seen other applications that we can just write JavaScript directly to our content. It has to be like what can I say? We might need not to write it directly because it could harm our submission in our post submission. So everything that is using like this HTML has to be like regular strings, not strings that has JavaScript inside of it. because it won't it won't it won't be rendered in our views. So if I do something like that, let's say HTML dot so if I go to the about page, maybe I will run it because it's stopped. Ways alerts are is the about page. About page, yes. It was not alert, it was like a script here. We are not meant to write like this. Our output is not meant to execute a JavaScript code. Is remember what was the I don't see very well this one. Yes, when you use this raw, is like okay, it will try to just write the output directly without any verification of the content. Instead, I don't remember quite well what was the. I think we just put, let's say, a variable or something. It won't write directly into our view. F5. Yes. So by default, if we may want to write this JavaScript directly, it won't work because it will just write the string instead of the JavaScript. And this is the normal way of writing our razor views, because if anyone, let's say, try to execute a malicious code, let's say we have this code into a variable, but somebody just tamper some malicious scripts inside of our variable, we don't want to execute that in our web pages. So instead, it's going to just write it down the text directly, not the script. So something to avoid to do is just use it like this method raw. This it will not encode the HTML. It's going to just print it directly to our output in our web page. So if I do F5 here, it's going to run the JavaScript. This is not a good practice, I will say, because maybe somebody get access to a variable that we just trying to do that message in JavaScript, and somehow we are going to execute malicious code and it's not intended. By default, we won't use that raw HTML raw method. Instead, we are going to directly maybe print the text, print the text, but it's not a good practice just to print an HTML that is not in code. It's just that. So this is the HTML raw. It prints without encoding the HTML. So other helpers that we might use are Ajax to do Ajax calls, the URL to form some URLs, and other custom helpers that we can use in our application. So in here we have a list, it's not exhaustive list of helpers that we have available in ASP.NET MVC, but pretty much as you can see, all the helpers mimic somehow the HTML elements that we have in HTML. So we have helpers for the forms, we have helpers for the hidden values, the password, and so on. Also, we have the helpers for the links. These are these helpers for the links we will widely use in our ASP.NET MVC applications. So we will going to go deeper in this HTML helpers, because we are going to use it extensively to generate the necessary URLs to go to our actions and views. So this is widely used. Then there are the regular helpers for the HTML elements we have for the drop-down list and the text area. We have also special helpers for using partial views. As you can see here, a partial view is like it could be like implemented like a control that could be injected into our views. It's like a mini views inside of a whole view that we can just define those partial views. So other than the regular HTML helpers, we can also override or add more helpers to our ASP.NET MVC applications. Let's say that we want to manage to specify, let's say, images in our views, but the images we don't want to just write down the HTML for the image. So a way to reduce the quantity of code that we will write, we just create an extension helper, a custom helper, and what would allow us to just have a short way of specifying an image in our views. So we can implement those HTML helper extensions into our project. I can just add this HTML helper, let's say, in our project. Let's say if I have, let's say in the about page, I will add an image. I will look for the image first. .NET. Image. So let's say I will add this image. Is there an image? Yes. Oh, I will open this. say image loads. I will say .NET PMG, and then from here the way to differentiate, I will say I will add a folder here. I will stop this. Add a folder, images, maybe content. Content is already here. No, images. I will add it. Then I add a new item. General. Maybe just append the image here. Net. So from here I can say source net image net, and then maybe an alt .net. So this is a way just writing directly HTML inside of our views, but the thing is that maybe we want to manage something else inside of our images. So in that case, instead of just writing this HTML directly, we can just create a helper. Add to stop it always. Okay, I need to add a folder. Add new folder, helpers, and then I can define HTML helper extensions, a class, code, and from here I can define our tag. It will always be static. Tag builder, system with MVC, and then I will put the name image, then is this HTML helper. This is just the syntax of an extension in .NET. I don't think you already covered extensions. String image URL, and then string alt. So in here we define our tag. We can create more complex img merge attribute. And just put the alt and then return. Oops, sorry. Return builder. Okay, this is an poly class. So in here, what it does is just trying to recreate the HTML by code. So instead of writing down the HTML directly in your views, you can reuse this helper. So in order to use the helper, I just need to add using MVC sections dot helpers, and then from here I can add HTML dot image, and I specify the .NET PNG and the .NET. Maybe I can adjust my I can just add this just to simplify my so from here I just do this and remove maybe comment. Then I will run. So this is a simplified way to define our images in .NET, because we just simplified the HTML by writing down okay image alt.net something at image. I missed something. Should go. Okay, let me. I think it didn't work. Yes, I will look at this. View page source. Okay, it's like encoding my image. Why is it encoding? Okay, I will check that out later, because it's not supposed to encode the image. If I remove this and just refresh, it's like encoding this. Okay, I will get back to you, because it's supposed to work that way without putting anything special. It's by default encoding. Maybe it has changed since the last version of .NET. I will check that out and I will get back to you in the next session. So if we continue, so we can also create custom helpers in our views by creating a special kind of view inside of the app code, that the app code folder, which is in the Visual Studio. Here at code, there is a special folder that we can create app code, where it's going to be like common UI code that we can share between all our, or among all our views. So we can create our custom helper that way and reuse it in all our views. So this we are not going to do the example today. I will give you some examples for the next session, but the idea is to just reduce the quantity of code that we just need to write. We can just define like a set of libraries for the UI in order to just use them in our application. And those common libraries, if they share some functionality, we can just adjust it in case if we want to add something more, and it will reflect those adjustments in throughout all the applications. So it's really helpful to have helpers in our application. Okay, areas. What does it mean, areas? Sometimes our application can become larger, so it's really difficult for us to just manage in a flat structure that we have here. We have here controllers, we have models and views. The main folder that we have in, sorry, the main folders that we have in ASP.NET MVC are controllers, models, and views. But if we only have this kind of a structure, what will happen is that in a regular application, we will have almost 100 controllers or something like that in an application that is big. It could be too many controllers in only one place, in one folder, which is not useful for anyone just to code like that. So instead of having that kind of a structure, we can define areas. So what does it mean, areas? Is like we can define an area that could handle its own controller, models, and views. So it will be much more easier in a large application just to separate the UI into different sections. So it's much more easier, and you can find your code more easily by separating into defined section like administration, like e-commerce or something like that. So you get the idea that it becomes difficult just to have only one structure controllers and have 100 controllers inside, and then you have models, you have sort of 100 models and views like that. So it's not easy to work with. So how do we define an area in ASP.NET MVC? It's simple. An area, we can just right click on the project, and then there is a it's not the project. Right click on the project, add, and there is a special item which is a scaffold item, new scaffold item. If we click on it, it will define, let's say, for the MVC5 area. As you can see, MVC5 area. If we add that, it asks you for the name of the area. Let's say I put the name administration. If I click add, it's going to generate the template for that area. I will close everything. So here you see that it defines a folder called areas, and inside the areas folder, we have all the areas that we define in our application. So it's going to be like a small part of our application. If we divide our application into modules or something like that, we can have our one module that has its own controllers, its own views, and its own models too, if we want to define it that way. So it's an easier way to work in ASP.NET MVC. Also, if we notice in the area, we have a special configuration for that. Here, if I go to the web.config, it has its own web.config. So it's not only that the area will define a separation of our code, also it defines a separation of configuration too. So if maybe you want to adjust some things in your application, maybe you may separate the application in different modules, and one module needs something special in configuration. You can also change it for that particular area. So it's sometimes it helps. I didn't use that much, but mostly it's helpful to separate your application into modules. So in here we have the area registration. So it defines also a new route, as you can see. This new route help us to go directly to the controller and action that we define inside the area. Because if we don't define this route, what will happen is that if we ever try to go to that module, we eventually end up into the controller for another controller. So this route will help you to just go to the right place into the controller inside the area that you are defining here. So it's kind of mimicking the routing that we already defined in our app start route here, controller, action, and ID, but instead is more specific. So we are in the area administration. So whenever we put administration slash and the name of our controller and the action, so we will get to the controller that corresponds to that area. So far so good for the areas. I already present how the areas are defined and how you create areas inside an ASP.NET MVC. So in summary, for the user interface, we have routes that match to URLs to controllers and actions. The controllers are the main part of our application that holds the business logic, or maybe the holds also the calls for our services. Also, the actions are the destination, the final destination for our routing. In this case, the actions are actually methods that are defined in the controllers, and they're going to return the corresponding views according to what we program. Then Razor, as you can see, is easy to write code inside our views by using Razor. And Razor can manage like helpers that help us to write less code and just generate HTML code for us. So that's the beauty of the Razor engine. So we have many different kind of views. We have the layout views that help us to define like a user interface that is common among many views. We have sections that we can define particular parts of our views that we might add it for only few views in order to do something different. So sections are helpful, let's say, for adding scripts or JavaScripts, but they could be also used in different ways. Like we can find, let's say, a section to get a menu on the left side of your view. So you can define a menu that could be defined easily as a section. Partial views, we didn't cover that yet, but I'm going to create a partial view just to finish this presentation. And helpers, we see that the helpers help us just also reduce code and maybe share code among different views. So it's a good way to just reduce code in our views. We know that the project could be divided into many parts or many modules. So the areas are useful for that reason. So about ASP.NET MVC, do you have any questions about the Razor engine and the views? So far, so good. Okay, so I'm going to define a partial view because we didn't define that yet. I was going to define it most for, I will say, in the session that we are going to cover Ajax, we will widely use partial views, but only for the purpose of how it look like, or how can we configure a partial view. I'm going to create one. So in here, let's say I close this, and I will create a partial view. Inside views, I can create, let's say, a partial view. Let's say in here, add view, add. In here, I can create like a view called additional info. Okay. I'm not going to put any model on it, but I will create it as a partial view. So I will add this. Maybe I should put it like a naming convention, which is an underscore at the beginning, because we want to differentiate between the regular views and the partial views. So a naming convention for a partial view is with an underscore at the beginning of the view definition. So I can just put some content in it. This is a partial view. It could be injected inside other views. Save. So for our about page, if I remove this, I will add a partial view. So add HTML dot render partial, and I will specify the name of the partial view. So I can put additional info in here, additional info, save. This is render the specify by using the specify HTML helper. Cannot implicitly convert the void to object. I don't know what is complaining in here. Something is happening here. Run it. Renders void. Okay, about. We will complain. I don't know why. Okay. Render partial view. It has to be pretty straightforward in MVC. Okay. So here, if I refresh this, render partial F5. So I just create this is a partial view. It could be injected inside other views. So you have that choice just to, it's like a component. We cover like components, user controls in ASP.NET Web Forms. Is kind of the same concept. So we can just have like part of our views like